All right, hello everybody. Welcome to the stream. Hope you're all doing well. I'm okay. Things are as they are for now. You know, it's yeah, let's hit some Jimmy. That'll be good. We'll hit some Jimmy. Okay. Don't worry about the music credit. We'll bump that bastard back down. Eventually. I do love the shift key. That helps us substantially. Anyways, yeah, today is mostly, um, mostly Armature Day. You good? I don't know why it's in this view. You good? You sparkly? Yep. I'm gonna say that looks good. I might be miring a little bit too much, in fact. Anyways, we do have a few, let's say, ancillary concerns that we did not texture. You may recognize them as the blades. You know, I really feel like my whole situation got weird on OBS. I don't know what that's about. Anyways, after I spent so much time changing the situation, let's unchange the situation. Here's the blade text. Oh yeah, and don't forget that. Okay, there we go. Okay. So at least in theory, this one's gonna be not too complicated. We'll see how that ends up being, though. Metalness 1. So if I'm not mistaken, what I want here... yeah, it's going to be a little bit of exploration here. Then whatever we come up with, we're just going to port straight onto Lux's drill. Like, not even thinking about it. Now you might be wondering, why am I mixing a metalness shader with another metalness shader? And the answer is, I've actually found a really fascinating YouTube video about someone who researched metal shadings, as it were. So we're gonna actually get a little wacky with it, and yeah. So we're gonna want different roughnesses basically, and different anisotropies. So yeah. Okay. Yeah, Eevee's not really helping, but it looks like we're definitely gonna need. Microfacet roughness of the diffuse space, as opposed to the microfacet roughness of the surface itself. Which is interesting. Yeah, I'm just gonna put that at 0 because I don't think you want to mess with that one. Says hello to me. Says, "Ooh boy, this is turning out to be way tougher than I previously anticipated." Yeah, anything texture-wise is like that. It takes a lot of practice. This is why I don't bother with it when I'm doing Artfight stuff. Says, feels like I'm jumping from beginner stuff to building in a rocket in a day. Yeah, more or less what you're doing. You went from making a little scorpion guy to making accessories for your VTuber model. That takes a lot of stuff. Is going to be so glad to be done with it when I finish it, if I can finish it. It also says wave texture, my beloved. It's useful. says, "Holy Lord, this baking is taking way longer than it did." Yeah, it takes a while. You pay computational cost up front and I have to deal with it later. It's about where I used it in last 2 years ago's Artfight. Probably gonna want to do the separate XYZ thing as well and add some randomness. Perfect. Okay. fascinated by the fact that they all kind of clump together like that. That's distance to edge. How about just F1? What do you do then? I mean, very pleasing to the eye. Very pleasing to the eye. Oh, that's certainly not right. So, detail, gotta get bumped up. Scale, it's got to be altered. Okay, interesting. Bump up that roughness substantially. Damn. That roughness really eats everything, eats away at everything, huh? Okay. Alright. Time to get into the bump situation. Jesus H. Christ. Alright. Well, that's not unheard of. Well, it's clear we need a lot more white parts of the blade than we do. Let's put it like that. Because that doesn't look like goddamn anything. So, yeah. Certainly a look, I'll tell you what. Give it a second to cook. He says, okay, he says, I came back and I selected the wrong UV map. Yeah, that's a problem. That'll take a while to fix. Ogie asks, chat, what is Defers trying to achieve here? Oh, you know. Just a basic metalness map with a little bit of anisotropy thrown in. Double reflection, energy-preserving double reflections with scratch maps. The scratch map's a real piece of work, though. I'll tell you what. Yeah, the scratch map is definitely, the struggle's real on that one. Sure, I don't mind. Hit me with a little bit of that. Who cares? Because this is wrong, right? So then you cover up the mistake. Or he says, yeah, I did notice that. Oh, it's hard to notice. Once you see it, you really can't unsee it. That's the way I tend to describe it to people. So obviously, the point on the one hand is for this not to be visible. you know, so... Like, this should blend in with the other scratches. And it should also have low roughness, but, you know. It decides to start having situations when I hit it. One metallic, no. I honestly think I should write to somebody about how metallic this isn't. Because, I tell you what, it's... Oh. Oh, it's something alright. So obviously, I should, to a certain extent, just stop and grab multiple wave textures to see what's going on. G-Tai now says, hi, hello, nice pincer. Oh, it's kind of a pincer. It's actually the lower part of... It's someone's blade arms. He says, it looks like marbled glass. Yeah, a little bit. Which, to be fair, would be a really cool concept. Some other space and time. But we're not in some other space and time. We're here. So, you know. Oh yeah, we should hit that here. Now, at least in theory, every last one of them should have different bumps, which ought to be interesting. Yeah, each one should have different bumps, which should help, maybe. I don't know. G-Tai now says, I retract my statement then. Nice blade arms. Thank you, I appreciate it. Okay. I think we can agree that's probably not going to work. The strength. Looks like they're all going to need different noise textures too. Yeah, I mean the fireflies are definitely something else. Let's see. Okay. Let's bump up the distortion a little bit. And let's see about... I mean, I definitely would not believe my eyes, because I'm definitely seeing at least 10 million fireflies. I definitely wouldn't believe my eyes here. That's true. So, yeah, no. I don't know about all that. Perhaps I need... I mean, one thing I definitely need is a color band on the wave texture. 2B asks, fireflies? You'll see them. G-Tai says, you would not believe your eyes if 10 million fireflies crash your CPU. 2B says, that a term for reflections of light? Yeah, when they're like this, and they're just pixels. Because if you look at this, alright, the sparkles, they look rational, right? The good sparkle texture looks good and sparkly. This looks like the CPU and the GPU is dying. It's not dying. It's just very upset with the life choices that I've made. It doesn't like them. Oh, it really doesn't like them. So yeah, it's clearly a little overwhelmed. Which is interesting. I assumed the subpixel effect situation was going to be crazy, but I did not expect it to be this kind of crazy. Yeah, it does not know what to do with this. I can't even say my shader is bad in a conventional sense, because the GPU stops us from even understanding what is happening. Which is genuinely a little bit fascinating. I really do appreciate it, though. This guy says, nothing a few more subdivisions can't fix. Harry says, did you try a render with this effect? I mean, not really. No. No, I didn't. I just saw a YouTube video. He says wet rock. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know about that. I don't know. All right, Evie. What about you, Cycles? What do you make of all this, Cycles? Oh, you're not much more pleased, are you? No. No, you're not much more pleased at all. I mean, you can handle it a little better, but it still looks like modern art. To be fair, it's... I mean, I do love the way that it preserves the reflection and then just randomly gives up. He says, would be good for science. Yeah. At some point I need to download some PVRs so that I can see what exactly is going on. What I can do is, he says, what does workspace look like? Like nothing. Workbench? Yeah, nothing. Yeah, that. Workbench? Nothing. Absolutely doesn't even care. They don't pay Workbench to care, they pay it to job. He says sad model. Yeah, a little bit. Anyways. Whoa, okay. We can, lower the strength somewhat, and that, quote-unquote, helps. Yeah, I think this is not the way to achieve whatever it is that I'm looking for here. On the contrary, I think it... I mean, it looks interesting, but it's definitely not a scratch map that I'd take home to the family, you know what I'm saying? Like, this is... certainly something. QB, it seems like your bake didn't go so well. May I ask what's wrong with it? Is it different looking this time, at least? I mean, it's got interesting smudges on it, but yeah. I guess we could key this into the roughness map instead. Yeah, that's a possibility. Oh yeah, and then we want to invert that because that's nothing. Isn't that fascinating? I mean, I don't know what to make of that. Other than the fact that, yeah, we should remove that now. Remove those bumps, yeah. Am I missing a... Yes, I am. What happened to it? That's a little weird. Carly says, I wish I could achieve this when I want to. Yeah, definitely not that. I mean, I'm very much confused as to what's even happening. It's like, okay. Also, what do you mean? Okay, well, that'll have something to do with it, yes. Okay, how about now? I mean, I wouldn't say it looks great, but it definitely looks different. Different now. Ditano asks, how many faces is this whole model? 50k for this one, I think. It's saying 29k faces, but I don't think that's including... I don't think that's specific to the blade, because if I select this... Oh, yes, it is. Actually, it doesn't change no matter what I select, so yeah. If I enter edit mode, this is like 904 faces, so yeah. 50k, well, not 50k, because we have these hidden, and that'll bump up the count. Looks like 31k faces for this guy. Not bad. TB says it's only catching light from the top on the roughness bake. Interesting. That's unusual, because the roughness shouldn't affect how it's catching light. That would be the normal map. The normal map should determine how it's catching light. And the roughness bake shouldn't have that problem. Okay, so anyways. Looks like is invert color the problem here? Where are we? Ah, we're in a different... That would explain it. Okay, I was like, what in the hell? Well, obviously this doesn't work exactly, but, yeah, we just... What is happening here? Because this is not right, no. Interesting. Not so interesting, that's a little bizarre. Barry says, well, it does have a hint of Damascus steel. Yeah... Says, I can send pics if you don't believe me. I mean, what I'm saying is that sounds like it's something with the normal map bake that went a little weird. That would be my suggestion. Yeah, what if I did this and then mix? Okay. Interesting. Okay, well, That's certainly something. Okay. Now we're talking. Yeah, that might help. Alright, well, let's start with the basics. How does it look on the roughness? Really the opposite of how we want it to look. No, not the opposite of what we want it to look, apparently. What in the goddamn hell? Yeah, that'll do it. Okay. So that doesn't look great, but combine that with a bump mat. Interesting. Okay, so that's livable. If we bump up the roughness there, then that's livable. Obviously, it doesn't look ideal because it's not a complete scratch map. It's still a little bit, you know, wacky. But that's it. He says, I haven't even touched normal this run through. I only was able to do rough. Yeah, I don't know what to say, because that roughness should not affect how it catches the light. Normal is what affects... Well, it affects how it catches the light, but not directionally. Unless the normals are flipped. Jitai now says, what's a scratch map, or is that a type of normal map? Scratch map is the concept of... I mean, technically it's a bump map and a roughness map, but it's the idea of adding scratches to a material, and just being like, here's where scratches are, and here's where scratches aren't. It's really just like a combination of metalness and bump, practically speaking. But, you know, that's basically it. People usually use it to mean, like, actually, like, a set of textures that you apply in, like, Substance Painter or something like that, but we're just making one of them for Scratch out of nonsense, really, if you're being honest with yourself. I would say this is a little nonsensical, but, you know... we bump up the detail. See, says Jitai, and also says heh from scratch. True. True. So one thing we could do is bump up the roughness. This mix shader. Interesting. It certainly looks weird. Weird's how it looks. Too rough. Too rough by far. Another fun one to do is we'll get another Voronoi. This is about the right size. Okay, and we're gonna do F1 colors. Yes. Put that into a color ramp with constant fall off. What exactly? And I believe we're going to want distance to edge. No, I think F1 should work just fine for distance. Not that. I want... This is, dear audience, is how I made a sunspot texture. I remember it fondly. You could use this for a sunspot texture, actually. You're cooking. You're cooking. That makes sense. We're not going to be able to fit it into this one, but no, when you talk about it, that makes a lot of goddamn sense. You can do stuff with that. Yeah, no. There's a sunspot texture in here waiting to come out. I see it. I see the vision. You would hook it up to an emissive, but instead of a metalness. But yeah, no. You could easily do that. Easily do that. You would have to, like, use the weight texture a lot more, but yeah, no, it's there. It's there, actually. The real problem is you would want to use volumetrics for sure, and good luck with that. Anyways. Okay. Interesting. Ramp up the scale to less than that. That's to about there. Yeah, sure. Shove this bad boy into a bump map. And watch the nothing roll in. Watch it just be terrible, but for reasons that I can't fathom. Honestly, it's not bad, actually. But where? We just removed this. Can we see? So why can't I see it? That's an interesting question, isn't it? Are you plugged in? You are. Okay, well. Really now? Uh-huh. You're blending? Yes, you're blending. Interesting. How about Eevee? Can I see it in Eevee? I can't. Is the scale too big or too small? It's not that either. Huh. The surface seems perfect. It's clearly not. How about you? Yeah, that's not accurate either. Oh, it's freaking out, though. Oh, that would be why. Oh, I see. The strength is way down. Okay. Obviously, that is too much. Or at least it's obvious to me. You got a few divots there. Yeah, okay. He says, I love how I click cancel on a bake and it doesn't stop. Oh yeah, it's a bit intensive. Your computer doesn't know what to do. Anisotropic metalness blender. Okay. Interesting. This BSDF, but for some reason the anisotropic value definitely doesn't seem to have. I'm not gonna be subsurf. I'm gonna be diffuse. Yeah, I don't know. So on Eevee, it doesn't look terrible anymore. Cycles, different story. Zooming out, it doesn't look god-awful. Obviously, the strength is a little bit much. We can actually see him if we just... Yeah, we just dish him like that. That's fine. Looks very dented. Somewhat real. Somewhat, you know... Could be a little bit better. I really wish that, there were a few more text tutorials for when I was doing a stream. It would be better than trying to do React content for, TV says, this is probably going to be actually a really dumb question, but is GPU compute baking faster than CPU baking, or is that only noticeable with full renders? No, GPU compute is going to be faster, just like with full renders. It's going to be faster. They're not different in that respect. think there would be more... more information about what's going on here. No, nothing. Not workbench, that's sad. I mean, I did end up creating a double reflection somehow. Don't ask me how, because I don't know. Don't ask me what I did. I don't know what I did. Interesting. That maybe the problem was the scratches were too small. Now they're interesting. Okay. Interesting. Very weird. What are you... Oh. Ain't that something? Okay. Okay. Okay, that's not as terrible. I wouldn't say it's great either, though. Yeah, I wouldn't say it's great either. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, sure, it's fine, I guess. It's not ideal, by any means. But if we just bump up the roughness a little bit, one of these ones. Wait, so just to make sure I was doing this, I just bring the color of the normal node to the normal on the principal BSDF. I mean, the normal node shouldn't have a color, it should be a purple one. Or if it's a yellow one, that's a color node. If it's a purple one, yeah, the purple of the normal node should go to the normal on the principal BSDF. It might have to be routed through a bump node, that I don't remember, because I have not done this in a very long time, and the model that I did to do this on. If he says, no wonder my shit looked like ass, it was full black. Yeah, that'll do it. Congratulations. He says, yeah, for some reason it really does not like full black. Yeah, no, it wouldn't do that. Normal map full black is, well, actually, it's going to be very weird. It should be an even blue, typically, where it doesn't... Yeah. If it's full black, then it has a fixed coordinate plane everywhere, which, yeah, it's going to be weird. It's going to be weird. No other words about it. He says, well, today I learned. Indeed you did. yeah, then it doesn't look good is the problem. So I do need to bump up. I do need to bump up the scale on this. This got wacky, didn't it? Oh, no, it's fine, really. It just, for whatever reason, doesn't show up. Ah. That would probably be why, yeah. It's not ideal, but you'd be surprised. I think we could get away with that. He says this mask looks kind of crazy, not gonna lie. Well, I'm glad you came up with something that you at least find useful. What if the problem is in fact here? Yeah, well, that is a problem for sure, but it's not more... What I meant is more, Good lord. Oh, I mean, this is fine. But, what if I'm doing this wrong? What if in theory... Okay. Interesting. I have no... Okay, well, it turns into that in short order, so that's not any different. Spherical... no, bands. What I'm trying to do is just to have a, Vino, hi Vino. Welcome to the stream. We're trying to just have little cells of, yeah, it might be... Would it be this, then? Yeah, I mean, it doesn't look very good right now. But we can, in theory, you know... reduce the scale, perhaps, or... Okay. Lower the distortion somewhat. Okay, interesting. Oh, that'd do it, wouldn't it? Well, I'm hooked up the wave texture up here. Okay. So we lower the scale for the Voronoi. Okay. Interesting. Okay, interesting. Okay. Yeah, now we're talking. Now we're talking. This shouldn't look terrible. Maybe. I don't know. Yeah, now we're in something a little different. Yeah. Yeah, now we have a real scratch map. And, you know, it's a divot map, which is, you know, exceptional, but, you know, we can dial it down somewhat. Yeah, okay. Not horrible. So, at least in theory, we can, okay, we actually have to figure out where in God's name this whole section starts and ends. Not my proudest moment, this organization. Yeah, okay. Yeah, good lord. He says, how many color ramps do you want? Yes. Yeah, pretty much. Waiter, your finest pile of color of color ramps. Artisanal. Jesus Christ. Well, this wave texture one can go straight to hell. We don't need this one for here. Jeez, I now says you can't handle my color ramps, traveler. Yeah, pretty much. Yes, that's correct. True and real. Color ramp seller, I require your strongest color ramps. Oh, it's true, I can't handle the color ramps. Jesus Lord. Alright. So at the end of it all, it's a little insane, but it's ultimately kind of simple at the same time, right? Like, I can... I can at least somewhat explicate it. He says, I get so happy when you group stuff. He says, it makes my eyes not bleed. And G10 now says, kind of insane, but actually pretty simple. Isn't that every shader? It genuinely is, actually. That's basically every shader have ever existed. I mean, this one is not so hard, right? Because basically, this creates the set of lines that go to the mask, right? A Voronoi texture. In fact, if I'm not crazy, we can... Interesting. It does something, but not much of anything. that makes it... interesting. Okay. Now this section creates a noise texture that dictates, and then this splits it. So yeah, now that we've made that, all we have to do is, well, first of all, I'm actually going to join all this in new frame. And the frame is just going to be called scratch map number 1. Scratch map number 1. Okay, why is there no select everything in frame option? Copy. Okay. Paste. Yeah? Did you do anything? No. No, you didn't do shit. Why is that an option? Just straight up, well, let's make another one. Let's just let you highlight the whole frame so that you can have a spare emotional support frame with nothing from inside of it. How did you know? It's what I've always wanted. Is there a goodly check mark you forgot to check? I don't know. That might be it after all. Okay. We'll change the scale of the wave texture. Something like this. At least in theory. Okay. Well, the distortion is deal, really. Okay, yeah. And the wave texture can be scaled up more than that. Yeah, the distortion's really too strong. Linearity doesn't affect much. If we do this, then yeah, nothing happens. Okay. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, the distortion on that noise texture still needs to go down a lot. Yeah, we could up the detail on the Voronoi. Interesting. Yeah, something like that, okay. TV says, looks about as good of cable management as a server rack. And TV says, I've noticed CPU is faster on the ending parts of the bake, while GPU seems faster on the beginning part. I don't know what could account for that, frankly. That's a little unusual to me. Okay. Well. Let's do normal here. Let's see what we got here. Okay, I mean... Definitely seems like we may have thinned out these lines somewhat. But other than that, no, it doesn't look goddamn horrible. Does roughness help here, or will it make things worse? Oof. Let's see, we can definitely... That would help, yes. Says, nice stuff, we got some magnets and ferrite dust patterns, aka magnetic field patterns. Well, I mean, hopefully it just doesn't end up looking too weird once we, you know... I mean, if we really wanted to push it over the edge, what we could do is add another set that is arranged in a different axis, which is probably a good idea to do, come to think of it. Yeah, at least in theory, we should be able to do that by just taking this. Oh, we don't need that. Yeah, I mean, even multiplying three, oh god. Okay, so in this case it would be like, I don't know, did I move this whole thing? Thank you. Scratch map number 3. We wanna... What does this look like? Okay. noise texture, and we'll just... No, it'd be the wave texture itself. That's the X, that's the Z, okay. That's what we have this for, okay. So that if we need to rotate one of these... Really? Oh, yeah, you're not. You're not in the right spot, even at all. Oh, yeah, y'all are not in the... Y'all are not connected to the goddamn thing anymore. Cool. That's great. We love that. Okay, well, let's fix that. Okay. Something's weird here that wasn't weird here before. If we remove this, okay, so this looks quote-unquote normal, right? And then we grab this bad boy and things go immediately to hell. Why? Well, first thing I can tell is that the Voronoi texture size changed. Changed substantially. Another thing I would say is we need, just believe it or not, go to color ramp. Believe it or not, straight to color ramp. this look like now? And it says, something's fucky. What are you trying to make this look like? Well, that's very simple. I'm trying to just make it look like it has dings and scratches. And also like it has, you know, surface imperfections. However, it would appear that the surface imperfections, well, first of all, the noise texture seems to have just given up. That would probably have something to do with the results that we're seeing here. The distortion's way too much. Okay. It says, How long have you been having these feelings? Longer than you could believe. Yeah, so the noise textures... Wait a minute. What, if anything, are you doing? Okay, so you are doing something. But, Okay, well, the strength is huge. And to be fair, you can modulate that from here. No, this isn't the one that we want, because that's the factor. That'll be the factor. So that gets ding down there. But this guy, on the other hand, so you appear to do nothing as well. That I did not expect. Okay, interesting. No, okay. So I guess my later suggestion would be, right. No, we would actually use this. Never mind. Oh, Jesus. Not right now. Come on. Okay. Really, though, how high can we take this line texture without things going completely insane? Huh? They can go pretty crazy. I don't know about that. Okay, well. So I think our solution to this is, yeah, something like that. Yeah, if we do like this, things get bad. But if we do like this, this becomes substantially less bad, though. I'm not gonna lie, it freaks out. Definitely, I feel like 1,000 is it freaking out. I don't know how that's gonna look in a render, either. I mean, that does look kind of like a... Yeah. So, let's say that we did that, and then we, like, dump down the factor a little bit. Oh, right, and we would have to do this. It's not perfect. I'll be on it. I'll be the first to tell you it's not perfect. The real question is, Control Shift. There's a Control Alt Shift 0. All right. Let's see. If I just render image. First of all, how long is it gonna take? Oh yeah, it'll. Oh yeah, it'll destroy everything because it's. Nope. Never mind. Go to hell. Hide everything else. And then I'll have to remember to unhide it later. So, image. Render image. I mean, it's freaking out slowly, I'll tell you that for free. Yeah, let's see. Okay, so it took like 31 seconds to draw that. I would say that with the denoiser, it didn't even clock that one, which is interesting. Okay. So maybe I need to lower the noise texture somewhat? Okay. That's a little weird, I'm not gonna lie, but, you know. Interesting question. What would happen if I were to, say, add another color here? Interesting. Alright, well, that's not horrible. If I do this, then it's like this. If I do this, then it's like this. Okay. So will you render good now? Let's see. Will this be anything? You know, today was supposed to be a day when I rigged this thing. Honestly, it's not terrible. Except for the fact that the lines interrupt in weird ways. Yeah, it's almost like a dusting. It says nice chocolate chip steel. I mean, not quite what I'm going for, if I can be blunt. Yeah, that... It's not terrible in full render, so it doesn't look that weird in full render, so I'm gonna keep it. It looks like shit in the viewport. I can't account for that. But the full render just doesn't look as... it just doesn't look as bad, alright? It just doesn't look as bad. It does have its problems, though, as you can tell. Perhaps you can. Weird one, but okay. Yeah, that's weird for sure. Okay, so that's way too many dots. Okay, yeah, that's fine. Now it's normal. Well, normal might be putting too fine a turn on it. So this would be bad and wrong, right? That's more like it. Okay, now we just lower the strength somewhat, and it should be fine. Alright. That'll be okay. The blade ought to be interesting. Let's put it like that. The blade will be much like this, but different. But yeah, it should be fine. Should be fine to use on all our metal stuff without too much problem. Yep, something like that. Yeah, no, if you want good scratch maps, just go get them from the internet. It's a better idea than whatever I've been cooking up for the past several hours. Like, it's not the worst thing in the world, but it's definitely harder to manage and control than you would expect. Yeah. That looks okay, though. The idea is that we shouldn't super zoom into it anyways. All the way metallic. Oh boy, it's going to be the same sort of situation, huh? You can tell that I'm not wholly satisfied with what I got there. From the fact that I'm, you know... fans... scales all over the place. Rings, please. Oh, interesting. That would imply that scale... No. No, you would imply wrong. That's unusual. Okay. Spherical. Okay, yeah, sure. Okay. At least in theory... Sure. Okay. Alright, so as we all know, this causes a great, this is a great bump texture immediately. Okay. No, it's not going to be the base color. Dream on. It's going to be the normal. Honestly, from the right distance, it looks about correct. If anything, the wave texture is just way too... Okay. Then all we would have to add is, believe it or not, color ramp. Congrats on you finishing your textures, 2B. I'm still... I'm still working on it, and through it, and in it, as they might say. Still, this doesn't look goddamn terrible. It'll be interesting to see how it ends up looking. Once all the pieces are in place. He says maybe now I can attach the mask to the head bone and re-export it as a VRM. Maybe. That I know a lot less about. Never really had to export outside of Blender. He says fingerprint knife. Love it. I mean, I don't necessarily mind the idea of a fingerprint knife in the sense that it's not contiguous throughout the blade. But anyways, mix shader. Oh yeah, we should bump down that roughness by a lot, huh? Yeah, it's not horrible. Okay. Honestly, maybe just piling on a just ginormous load of these textures would be enough. I don't know. Okay. And the roughness could go even lower there. I don't really know what's up with that one, though. That's okay, though. Alright. Let's render that image out. And let's see how it goes. Freaks out at first, but what I want to know is how it'll be by the end. Okay, it takes a lot longer with these textures, I'll tell you that. Yeah, I don't know about that. Okay. So it takes like 1:07 for each one. Interesting. So the fingerprint pattern is a little bit aggressive, I would say. Whatever happened here to make this like this definitely merits some attention. Is it this one? Hey. Okay, it doesn't want to select these flags. Why does it not want to select these? Oh, no, it isn't this one. It's this one then? Yeah, this one's causing the fingerprint pattern, as it were, is causing the trouble. Okay, so that's not the result I expected. Huh. What in the hell? Okay. Because I could have sworn if we just turned these off, they're gone. Okay. Yeah, so it's these goddamn things. These are the goddamn problem. What the hell is happening here exactly? Oh, it's not on here? It's not this one? Which one is it then? Well, it's not this one. This one's fine. We've nuclear bombed this one, and I don't even know how. This is fine. This is fine. Well, I mean, worst case scenario, we just... We just bring this down to, like... that. Or that. Bump that up. And there you go. Good enough, probably. Don't ask me what makes some of them strong and some of them weak. I don't know. Couldn't tell you. He says that 480p will GIF will get up. We'll pick up on that unless we get unclosely God to it. Unclosely God to it. Ungodly close to it. No, we won't. But I'll tell you this much: unclosely God to it. I will not forgive myself for that for a little bit. Despite that, when I upload it to Blue Sky, some of those details will be perceptible. Some of them, maybe. I don't know. The roughness thing? Yeah, that's a very... He says, "Oh, it almost works." Oh, hey, that's the start of it working. Sure, that's fine, probably. And we just have a spare mapping vector here for fun. For just in case. But just in case you know. He says, I just realized I could have probably kept all the shaders on. It probably was shit on my PC's GPU though. Couldn't tell you. Really depends on the GPU, really depends on the shader. Knox is not the result we want for these. Perhaps linear light? The scale might be a bit too small now. Yeah, it might be a bit too much, huh? scale's probably... Oh, God. Okay. GB has some cool masks. Neat. Okay. Yeah, that's a decent ratio. Okay, so linear light seems decent. Multiply. That doesn't do much. Darken. Okay, I mean, these are better. These are better. Okay, yeah, sure. Oh, it's the wrong one, huh? That'll help. Okay. Sure. How about you? Oh, you're completely disastrous now. Okay, well, let's see about now. Yeah, these ring textures, they cause the problem, more than anything. Which, incidentally, makes it really weird that I can't see them. Oh God. Okay. How about now? He says, is there a way to merge two objects into one while keeping the texture/shaders on the faces from the separate objects, if that makes any sense? Not really, no. No. Not once they're both textured. At that point, they're two separate objects. You could, in theory, especially given that you had such a giant piece of your UV map where there's nothing there, like link both objects before mapping, and then do it that way. Okay, well. Let's hope that that doesn't look terrible later on. Jesus Christ, I don't even know anymore. Okay, whatever. I'm gonna have to work on them blade textures later on. But for now, I think that's gonna be fine. Okay, anyways. Alright. Now, I believe we said that this whole stream was going to be about rigging. Yeah. He says, yeah, because I don't know if this will fix it, but my horns don't have the wireframe glow for some reason. I couldn't tell you what was causing that. It could be that the wireframe emission part didn't get mapped over. I don't really know what you did to get the emission map on the rest of the mask, so... Anyways, let's get some armatures going. Oh yeah, Jimmy credit should go down. He says, I baked a mission, it's a bake option. Yeah, but it might be that you didn't wire it properly in the horns or something. Because if they lost their mask, I don't know when along the process they lost it. Anyways. Let's, Cursor to World Origin. This is weird. It's because in Blender it's there and in my software it's not, so I don't know. Could be because multiple objects can't have an emissive texture at the same time. You would have to look up more about what the situation is with, okay. Let's get this armature somewhere. I guess we're gonna start with Knox. Auto mod, smart detection, held a message. Oh, we're looking at the agentic power of AI here. Says rigging with dots in between. R shader, I seller, GI, G gneed are the strongest shaders. I am fascinated by what it thought you meant. That's going to haunt me for a little bit now. Like, I genuinely won't be able to understand. What did it think you were saying? He says AI go burr. Oh, it's going all kinds of ways. QB says, what did it highlight? Nothing! It highlighted nothing! That's the best part. Absolutely zip. Fuck all. Says, I'm gonna assume it saw the N's and double G's and went, I don't fucking know what this is, but there must be a slur in there. Yeah, probably. I wasn't gonna say it, but yes. Oh, interesting. Is that? No, that's... Okay. Okay. There's a way to view axes. Why is it only X-axis mirror, incidentally? Oh, okay. For display, huh? Okay, interesting. Good lord, it's a little bit fiddly to deal with this. Alright, anyways. He says, wait, I just joined two objects and I kept the right maths for each object. Maybe then it'll work. I don't know. Because it doesn't show up in your other thing. I don't know. I don't know what it's going to give you. He says, the only other thing I can think of is that somehow my software thinks that my image shaders are somehow too thin of a wireframe or something. I don't know, multiple material mats, different softwares treat it differently. I hate to be as simplistic as all that, but it really can be just as simple as, computer decided, you know what, nah. No, not happening. IK constraints are weird, and I don't remember how to do them. But, we shall see, won't we? Pose mode, huh? He says, want me to send you my little scorpion for IK? No, I'm good. I'll figure it out myself. Appreciate that, but... I'll figure it out. Okay. Haven't named you Root yet. We oughta. Gonna be Tail. Not quite, no. I'm in pose mode. That won't help things. Oh god. It's so easy to get out of pose mode and everything gets weird. Clear parent. Alright. Bone.008, huh? knee.l, in theory, should be fine. Okay, I don't know why you won't let me select, but whatever. Oh, okay, maybe it's because it's in, why are you... Huh. What in God's name is happening? I don't know. Ah. Alright, fine. There was a tutorial that I looked at. I'll look at it again. I hate to do it, but, well, there's no other choice. Clearly, I need to figure out what I was doing based on the thing that I was looking at. First, fast IK rig, yes, yes, yes. And let's try to mute this thing. See if I can follow along. Okay. Sure enough. I mean, I've already done it more or less the same. Okay. Let's see. It could be that the parenting I just got wrong. Okay. Okay. Clear parent. Yeah, sure, I did that. Okay. Sure. Okay. Okay. Full target's gonna be that. Yeah, sure. So I've already got the axes aligned, so I mostly remembered everything. Okay. You know, it says, why is Blender gone? Oh yeah, when you minimize, it just doesn't, it just decides, you know what? Oh, we're good. We're good. We don't need to be doing it. Okay, so all I really needed to do was, well, this constraint is just wacky. What did I do? I don't know. Don't ask me why it decided that when I minimize, it's just not gonna, you know, do anything. But it is what it is. We don't need copy transform. On the contrary, we need oh, we're in pose mode. We need to be in edit mode. Make parent, keep offset. Alright. And we're back to the trash. We're back in the heap. Okay. That seems pretty good. Now here. Object mode. No, we wanted edit mode. Okay. Apparently, it makes sense to parent this to this. News to me, but whatever. Sure, I'll go for it. Okay. Damp track 2. Armatura and this bad boy. Okay. So let's see. We should just be able to do it. And it says Blender hardly know her. Yeah, more or less. Foot target.l. Okay. Leg IK target.l. That's cool. Alright, keep offset. Yeah, everything seems good. I mean, as good as it could get. Cool. That'll work just fine. Okay, so in edit mode, we're definitely going to want to change some things up. Give this lad more distance. Lad needs its own room to grow, so we'll do that. Pose mode, everything looks good. Everything looks good-ish. Okay, it will do that. Don't worry about that. Full range of motion there, but whatever. Okay. It says, oh, is this a reverse kinematic situation? Yeah, that's what I meant by IK. But as you can see, we got the full complement. We will also need an FK-IK switch at some point, which ought to be fun. Oh yeah, we do. We will need an FK-IK switch, won't we? That'll be interesting. Go to edit mode and display as. Yeah, it'll be a bone thing. Interesting. Alright, it says, Zephyrs, please tell me you're not hand-rolling a rig. Why would you do that? Because it's mostly a straight parenting situation. It's good practice. Rigify makes sense, but we don't really need the inverse weight paint situation until we get to the hands. But only in the hands. And we also need a custom controller for the blades and the hands. Rigify's not going to be able to help with that. So, in my opinion, we do kinda need one. Kind of. And since we're already going to be hand-rolling a rig for all kinds of things, might as well go whole hog. That's what I think, anyways. No, in theory we could parent an empty to a head bone, yes. Alright, it says with the Rigify you can add limb parts in the armature from which you could generate a rig. Oh, I'm familiar. Don't worry. We did all that. But in this case, I'm going to need to alter the rig in a bunch of different ways to make the hands be able to, like, eject and, to be able to pop out and switch different weapons. I don't know that Rigify will be able to do that for me. Pelvis.003. Yeah, you got me. Torso. Not the first time we've had to do it either. Head. Okay. He says, aha, okay, just checking your resolve. Well, we'll see. I mean, I did hand roll Margaret last time. This is going to be about 5 times harder than Margaret, I would estimate. If I had to put a solid number to it, I would estimate it's going to be about 5 times harder. Yeah, staring straight ahead is what we want. Okay. I think this is better solved, yeah, this is better solved this way. Yeah, that'll be something. That'll be something, alright. Yeah, so that'll be where we park the eyes when we make them. This ought to be interesting. Root. Okay. So if I grab this all moves. He says, I'm so close and it's just not doing anything anymore. I'm not sure what you're referring to at this point. Yeah, I don't even know anymore. I mean, that makes it a little hard to help. He says, my brain feels fried after working on this for 12 hours. I can sympathize. That's why I stopped my streams this year at the 7-hour mark, typically. It helps me not go insane. Which is a big win, as the kids say. Yeah, it's a fat dub even? Perhaps a fat dub. Does it matter? No. Am I stubborn? Oh god, yes. Oh god, yes. Okay. Alright. Anyways, I'll gotta go to the restroom and then we'll carry on. BRB. And I'm back, everybody. Thank you all for your patience. Let's see how this ends up going. Okay, it says, oh, do you know about the naming voodoo you can do with the bones and copying them so they get the left and right postfix? I know it's there, I forget how it worked. Yeah, it's the symmetrize option. That's why I named these ones over here .L. I am familiar with that trick. Guarantee you I'm gonna use it. I'm gonna use that one for sure. Huh? Okay. Oh, interesting. You can show the... He says this track reminds me of a Mark Clem track called Land of Abel. Could be inspired. Could definitely be inspired by it. Here's where things are going to start getting wacky. Everything on the right side of the body, also the eye bag and foot, and we do need the forearm, so that's gonna stay. Yeah, forelegs gone, and the .R gone. Hell, hide the blade even for now. Big boy. He says, okay, so my export is just eating my UV map for the horns. Well, that's interesting. I don't get too concerned about those things. He says, because I just checked the UV map for it, and it's in the bottom left corner. I wouldn't get too beat up about that, then. B says she thinks she found the problem. Nice. He says, I guarantee I found it. If not, oh well. Yeah, like I said, I wouldn't get too burned out about it. I would also say you probably need to take a break. I always stopped my streams at the 12-hour mark, even when I was marathoning this shit. Because it's just not feasible to go past that, you know? Take it from me, I've been there, I've done that, I've bought the shirt. I know what can be done, and I know when it's time to just say it cannot be done. I would heartily recommend against continuing much further, if there's stuff that needs to be done. Says, one of the stupid thing that prevented it from working? I had the wrong UV maps, I get elected as the vein. And Vino says, goodly option wasn't on? TB replies, exactly, Vino. Yeah, pretty much. That seems about right. These are all locked in. If he says, gonna make redeem for the mask, then go eat. That's a good idea. I definitely think you oughta eat. He says, since that's beyond simple. Well, I mean, after 12 hours, nothing is simple. 12 hours continuous work on any one thing, nothing is simple. Never take it for granted. I have been there before, and I've made mistakes you people wouldn't believe. I've fucked up things you people wouldn't believe. I think this is a good fertile ground for exploring a Blade Runner bit, in my opinion. I wonder if the parenting schema will make any goddamn sense. Shrugging. We're shrugging it up, folks. And this is gonna bet it all boil down to forgetting to turn the goodly option on. Probably. Alright. Now, I think the smartest way to do this, in theory at least, is for this goddamn thing to stop telling me what to parent. Yeah. Keep offset. Keep offset. Keep offset. Keep offset. Alright. That's not so bad. I wonder if there's a... Hold on. I've got a... Okay. Interesting. No. Alright, well that sucks for me, but whatever. Let's carry on. The main thing that I'm sciencing out here now is I've got to have this thing ride on a rail, as it were. That would be the best way to describe the situation. So I guess technically it should have a parent of its own, kind of. And it occurs to me there's no such thing as shape keys in the armature itself. Shape keys are a property only of a mesh. Connected. Yep, no differences. Okay. So, that was pretty slick. At least in theory, if I shrink this down, well, if I shrink this down in pose mode, specifically. Alright, that's good. That's what we want to see. The only other thing is that I want to drive the rotation lock. If he says, okay, I'm fully done. Holy shit. Congratulations. If he says, night-night, Duffers. Good night. Thanks for the lucky battery. Alright. Yeah, God knows I'm gonna need it. Still for all that. Oh yeah, the ARM IK rig was gonna be an absolute rat fuck bastard, come to think of it. Rock fuck bastard, I don't even know what that is. No, in retrospect, I do not. Think of it. I think this whole thing might be fucked up. Sobering thought, but I think it's true. I think, like it or not, I don't want to put this bad boy over here, because that'll be what it pivots around. And then this can really go anywhere, but we can adjust it to here, and it'll be fine. It says Metallica moment, sad but true. Well, I mean, this is not a Saint Anger level fuck up, I'll tell you that much. This was a pretty quick fix. Don't mind me having an existential crisis over this for no real goddamn reason. This ought to be a fun time, says I. Not believing even myself. Alright, well. So we're gonna do the blade next. Wrong blade. Yeah. Right blade. Alright. Why are you doing this to me? Yeah, whatever. Don't know why it's doing this to me, even to this day. And it says sometime it just do. Oh yeah, sometimes it just decides, you know what, no. See, and this is why I thought that Rigify would not be enough. And you know, to this day, I kind of stand by what I'm saying here. I feel like I was cooking when I made that proclamation.
Alright. Now we got something. Alright. So we got this taken care of. We just gotta keep going, that's it.
you have a name? No, you still are named Pelvis, which you are not. Thank Christ that armatures and the rest of the body have different namespaces. It would absolutely suck if they did not. We have the blade. Oh yeah, did we name the blade? The blade. Blade.L. I'm fairly certain. Alright, good. Alright, time for the one I'm dreading. Oh, we need to be in pose mode for this on top of everything else, don't we? Yep. Inverse kinematics. And then there's spline IK. A line chain of bones along a curve. Now that could be tremendously useful for me. Holy! You know, this is exactly what you needed. Oh, you know it. I'm well past what the fuck and well into how the fuck. Ah, I see, okay. I have discovered how the fuck. Okay. Majestic, I know, but, never mind. In that case, I guess I'll do my thing. Since it doesn't matter and we just have to use the roll angle, we'll use the roll angle. I would prefer not to, but if that's not an option, then this is the option. Oh, Zero uses all bones. I see. I see. How quaint. Zero uses all bones. How quaint. Of course. Who could have... Who could... I mean, you know... It says sometimes it just do exactly what you need. Biblically accurate. Yeah. Yeah. How about it? Oh boy. Okay, so immediately it's gonna be weird and bad. But honestly not as bad as I would have thought, so that's okay. Okay. Parent keep offset. Alright, good. So we've got that going for us now. Add bone constraint, limit rotation. Owner local space, right? So in theory, we want to limit Z rotation. Limit X rotation. I want to say in theory, because... I mean, it seems like it's working just fine. Okay, no, yeah, that's working just fine. Only way I can rotate it is that. Right now it's jank, but that's because we don't have an FKIK switch set up, and it'll be fine. It'll be fine, I plead. I don't even state, I just plead. Please let it be fine. Okay, so with this bad boy, we are also going to limit rotation. Limit X, limit Y, limit Z. Alright. Really? Uh-huh. Okay, well, I need to understand if this is working. So we're just gonna disable. Yeah? You wanna explain? I see. It's in world space, that would be why. Local space. Alright. So at least now, in theory, if I limit X and Z, it should... Yeah, okay, that's what I wanted. That's the behavior I wanted. And you can rotate any which way you please, right? Yep, good. We're gonna have to quash those dreams, alright? Listen, don't take it personal. Okay. Local space, please. Yeah, the main thing is that you can't... Yeah, we definitely want you to Z-rotate. We may want you to Y-rotate. But X-rotation should be taken care of by someone else. You can do that. But you can even do this. You can even do this jank stuff. But we need this. So at least in theory, right? In an ideal world, I see. Okay. Well. So maybe the chain length shouldn't be that one. It should be that. Maybe. We're still experimenting out here. Okay. So far, no immediate disaster. So far, no immediate disaster. I think this might work. Oh, I love having to say that. Yeah, maybe this works. Maybe it works. You know who doesn't know? Me! Me, I don't know. Oh, it just doesn't care, huh? Interesting. It doesn't care, which I find very weird. I didn't know it could just not care. Seems like it's working, though. Alright, well. Okay, let's see. I want to know more about armature symmetries, because God knows we're going to need it in just a second. Okay. Bones with the opposite names which don't exist are created, and existing ones are overridden. Okay. Interesting. Bone collection assignments. Bone collection assignments, huh? I don't know what that means. Okay. Armature symmetries parents blender. Maybe, perhaps. Because, yeah, what I'd like to do is to have the parenting also just be correct. But I forget how to do that, and if it's possible. That's my next problem. Yeah. Well, I mean, what's the worst that could happen? It sucks for a while? Yes. Yes, that is the worst that could happen, and it could suck real bad. But in theory, I prepared for this. We'll see if those preparations add up to a hill of shit. But, you know. One thing I will do... Oh, right. We're in edit mode. Okay. Oh, yeah, and then we're probably going to want to... Parent keep offset. Make parent keep offset. I'm not planning on doing anything crazy with a hand here, so, you know. Should be fine. Bone constraint. It's just going to be a damp track. Target's going to be in the armature, of course. It's going to be hand tracker.l. Okay, not that one. Okay, it's going to be by elimination that one. Maybe this one? No. This one? Oh, for the... Okay. That's definitely not what I want. Nah, this one just doesn't make sense. Which sucks. I would prefer it to make sense than rather it not. I guess we can just delete this one for now. Yeah. Okay, well, I guess we'll delete this one for now. Okay. Well, it's time to do the full Monty, I think. Alright, well, let's see if we can make this bad boy do the thing. God only knows. God only knows. Okay, it won't let me do that. Does it have to be in pose mode for it to understand? Sure enough. Okay, so we're gonna have to do some interesting things with the physical constraints to make that make sense. No, I don't think so. Also, why are your axes like that? That's weird. Rotation. Okay, don't wanna do that. Theory, when I go into pose mode, move this thing around. Jesus Christ, it got 10 times worse. That's crazy. The foot points. Yeah, whatever. We'll go with that for now. We got other places to be, as it were. Boom. Alright. That's very bizarre. I ain't sure about that one. I got nothing for that. Ooh. Anyways, we do want to add a bone constraint to this bad boy. It's as simple as, limit rotation, please. Actually, yeah, you shouldn't limit rotation on this bastard. No, you would think you'd want to, but no. At least not 100%. Or at least the limits are not as simple as they appear. So that's cool. Anyways. If I move you, everything goes to absolute dog shit, but that's okay. Okay. I've selected something somewhere. This is the problem with this sort of nested parenting that I sometimes do. Oh, that's cool. It doesn't show up because it goes off the page. It's right there. Good. Very good. Okay, well. Ain't that just the sweetest? Jesus Christ. Alright, whatever. Well, I've been anxious about my boy's range of motion this entire time. But it seems as though everything's kind of okay. We got clearance up to like there, which is fine for what I have in my mind. We could also, you know, increase the clearance through some clever scheme. We can figure out a way to constrain this. We would want it to stretch. We would want something. So in theory, the object is going to be armature, and it's going to be the IK target. Armai che torita. Okay. Source axis is going to be X, I guess. Let's see about this. Yeah, let's just go crazy with it for starters and see if... Okay, no. Nothing. World space, maybe? No. Hey, that's bad, but that in a good way. It's good that that sucks. It's good that that sucks shit, actually. We want that. You might be thinking, it's not good that it sucks shit, Deffers. Au contraire, mon frère. It's very good that it sucks shit. You know? Fuck. Okay. Okay. Hey. Well, the problem is that it's going the wrong way. So, the problem is that it's going the wrong way. We don't want that. So it goes down if it goes up, which is what we'll go on. Okay, so it's going like... Okay, maybe it's wrong because of, Maybe you'll work the way I want? Yes. Yes, you work exactly the way I want, more or less. But it needs to be, like, more. Maybe like this? Too much. Way, way, way too much. Okay. 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 Oh my god, it works. And it can go even further beyond. Till about there. No, that's good constraining. God damn, that is good constraining. We did it. We constrained the shit out of that motherfucker. That's what I'm talking about. Oh, baby. Whoo-wee. Alright. That's the kind of thing I was scared I wouldn't be able to do. Is it perfect? Probably not. Is it good enough? Oh god, yes. Oh Christ, yes. And I mean, we could go even further than that. Slightly... yeah, we've got... The whole world's our oyster. boy. Oh, right. I'm hybridizing armature deform and, oh, God. What's that gonna end up looking like? Hell if I know what it looks like. Oh, that ought to be fun. Yeah, that ought to be a whole barrel of monkeys. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know what that looks like. Oh, that's gonna be an unforeseen problem. Prepare for unforeseen circumstances. Dire ones. But, well, we'll take it as it comes. We're in the right spot then. Okay. And we'll know it was good. Because blade deploy, yep. Yeah, that's what I wanted to see. Yes, that's what I wanted to see. That feeling when you find the hidden secret goodly option. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, we're gonna have a lot of that. Yeah, and that's a problem to solve. That's a problem to solve here in this one. I mean, I parented something last time too, I would imagine. Yeah, it should work. Theory. See just how much it works. And maybe I have to parent it to root? Maybe I'd have to parent it to root. Yeah, weird idea, but that might be how it works. Well, for now, Palm.L will work just fine. Okay. guess this is around when and where we do a Bezier curve. Things are gonna get a lot weirder before they get any easier, I think. Well, let's crack our knuckles and get down to it. This is what we're here for. Lest we forget, we also have to symmetrize. Yeah, that ought to be an interesting situation. Oh, I'm in danger. I'm in some real danger here. But it should be fine, maybe. Oh boy, we're gonna have to do some trial and error here. Alright, well. Fail fast, fail early, fail often. Come on. Really? Oh, okay, that's interesting. Okay, now you'll behave, right? Not a chance in hell, I see. Alright, Mr. Bezier. Now, don't you fuck with me now. Okay. Bezier for palm. I'm fairly sure. Yeah, I'm fairly sure about that. Well, it could be Bezier for the blade as well. I think it was for the blade. I don't remember anymore. Bezier blame. No. No, we're gonna find out we were all kinds of wrong. That's just part of the process, you know? Bezier hand.l. Yeah, this is going to be very interesting, to say the least. Because once we mirror this, mirroring curves is always a real motherfucker of a situation. Oh yeah, we need to unhide the armature. We're in hand deploy, so we absolutely, positively got it fucked up. Amazing. Don't ask me why I said it like that. That was really weird. Amazing. Okay. Cursor selected, please. Selection of cursor, please. Okay. And we can hide the armature and see just how bad the damage is. The damage is stupendous. But it's not that bad. Yeah. That'll be fine. Copy modifiers, very good. What do you mean cannot apply modifiers on curve? That's the problem, huh? Alright, well. Sucks to be me, but... Here's where the moment of truth comes in, right? Okay. Well, this is patently bizarre. Okay, well, the good news is the hand constraint idea didn't work. The good news is that won't fucking work. The bad news is that won't fucking work. So the good news is we don't have to fuck around with those Bezier curves. The bad news is we don't got anything to fuck around with. So that's good, you know. In theory, that's what these are for. At least in theory. The idea that they might need to deploy more deeply is, not exactly comforting, but it's not impossible to deal with exactly either. just have to, Oh, this thing has no parents. That would explain some things. So at least in theory, now when we go to pose mode, these both have that, so, you know. Okay. Okay, well, I didn't anticipate this. love that I keep making new horrible mistakes for myself. We were supposed to be done with the modeling. Nope. Not yet. Socket target.l. I would say I can't believe this, but no, this is highly credible. This is an extremely credible turn of events. We're completely fine, I think. Well, that's diseased, so that's not gonna be it. That's even worse. Got it. Oh, and you know it's gonna look crazy in the render. Actually, that's fine. Turns out it's okay. You would have assumed it would have gone crazy in the render. And maybe you would if I'm gonna, like, direct in there and be like, yeah, no. Check out what's going on in there. But I don't think I'm going to do that. Okay. Well. Project. Oh, okay. That's interesting. What the hell happened in there? Christ only knows what happened in there. Looks kind of cool, though. Shame it's geometrically fucked, like, guaranteed, because this is a pretty good shape. Yeah, so your options are axes project, nearest vertex point. Ah, if it didn't get so nasty, it'd be fine. Probably okay. I mean, I don't know. I could see it from here. What are the odds that the camera's gonna be looking in there, huh? What are the odds? Oh well. My lack of foresight has created a minor error in the armature. Now it's up to my directorial capabilities to avoid looking dead-ass in the socket from a very zoomed-in angle. I think I can manage that. Probably. Christ, I hope I can. You don't belong to sockettarget.l. You belong to sockettarget.r. Forum.knox.r, please. Uh-huh. Okay, well. Everything's good, I assume? Oh. Nope. Alright, cool. Well, that's good. But clearly, we have not finished the job. Hello. I don't love that that happens. Don't love that that happens. That's okay. And everything else gets... Oh yeah, Lux's collection stays hidden. Everything here stays not hidden now. Well, whatever. We're good. Yeah, this is turned into a nice little detour. Okay. Okay, I don't know why the eye bags aren't parented to anything. That's cool, but we'll just fix that right now. Okay. Now everything should be nice and easy. I say in a very slow, deliberate way that belies my abject fear. But, you know. Look down, look up. I mean, when you look up, you gotta... Interesting, okay. Didn't expect that I would have to make some kind of a head controller, but, yeah, it might. It might be the case that I do. And it says, arms surprisingly long. I guess the eye pose hides how long they are. It also says, it looks really smooth. It does. This is probably one of my best armaturas. Oh, Jesus. Why are you doing that? It must be because you're not... Yeah, you ought to be chain link 3, at least now in theory. Oofa doofa. I don't love the fact that right-clicking doesn't clear all the transforms. That seems problematic. Oh, that won't help. So the first thing that I'd love to know is if I say that if I save, transform, clear transform, apply, pose as rest pose, then they'll all be there. So now we can, in theory, we can T-pose to our heart's content, in theory. Well, I say that, and immediately I have doubts. Do I have to parent first, or can the parenting come later? That's one question that I have. That's one question that I have. That ought to be fun to figure out. Well, this is why we saved, specifically for this. So, also, can we just... Thank you. Yeah, we can't have the pole doing that. No. Yeah, because it'll do that, given half the chance. That's no good. You know, says, now I wonder how the automated rigging would have butchered this. I mean, the automated rigging is remarkably good, and it still has a chance to butcher it. Don't you worry. We will have to rig up those hands, and that's gonna be a marvelous experience. Let me tell you what. Let me just tell you what and for. Yeah, good lord. If I remove the limit distance, yeah. Interesting. It's jank, so it needs a little bit more juice, a little bit more get up and go. Okay, so maybe 1.7? Yeah, that seems more like it. I'll probably go to like 0.2. Okay. Okay, everything seems good. This is gonna be, I tell you what, that hand ain't right. Oh yeah, we'll have that ahead of us. We will definitely have that ahead of us. Oh yeah, come to think of it. We did the whole mirroring and parenting thing. We forgot to do it here. Okay. So this one's just a little worse for reasons. That's cool. We didn't need that to make sense anyway. I mean, if it's a problem, and it is, we can just add another modifier to fix the problem. Don't have enough geometry to conform with? Just provide more geometry. Suddenly, everything's okay. How about that? Okay, lesson learned. Jesus Christ. It shouldn't be a hard problem to solve, frankly. Holy mother of God, how'd you manage this? Good enough, I guess. Okay, anyways. We were doing something, weren't we? A. And it says that purple hue makes me think of the missing texture. That was more or less the idea. The point being that if you could see that in this mode, then you knew that the thing wasn't done. Whereas you can see that it's clearly just fine. Well, fine might be overstating it, but still. The general idea holds. Doesn't look disastrous. Anyways. Oh, that's what I was worried about. Yeah, that's great. Oh god, that's great. That's great to see. Okay, well. Looks like we're gonna have to, do what I said. And it says out-of-body experience. Oh, exactly. Actually, I was gonna think of it. Nope. Nope, sorry. This is why we saved when we saved. Whoops. And it says, since I have about 0.01% idea what's happening with the problem, is the is the animation skeleton not attached to the model? Yeah, basically when I symmetrized, it didn't symmetrize the parents. The parenting. You know, the parenting is what makes it do this, you know. Oh god. Oh, we got this bad boy saved, like, here, huh? Well, clear transform all? Very interesting. I appear to have locked myself into a really bad situation here, unless I can figure out a way to... Yeah. I-pose to P-pose pipeline. Yeah, exactly. Holy shit. I misjudged that save completely. I had no fucking idea what I was doing, did I? Zero, zilch fucking idea. Well, That's no good. No, that's no good. Well, Venus says, can you finagle it back? Not to an absolute extent, I don't think. I mean, trying to get it back might be the only option. Pose mode. Oh, Jesus Lord. There's gotta be some way. Because it's like, a rough approximation is still no good. That's the main problem that I have. It has to be almost exact. It has to be, not almost exact, it has to be exact. Eyeballing it is not going to do the job, you know? Not least of which because that's happening for reasons unknown. It says, oh. Oh, indeed. Yeah, this one's, this is a new one on me. Let me just put it like that. I was going to ask if you can manually set the rotations for each part starting at the shoulder to the exact values they should be. There seem to be bigger problems. I mean, the problem is just I need to find something to track the pole to, that's all. It's not that big of a deal. What I'll eventually do is I'll find an MT to track these poles to, and then that'll be enough. Probably. Probably that will be enough. But yeah, that does look to be about what I'm going to have to do. Okay, Control L. Oh, this is gonna suck. Oh, boy. And it says, what I'm wondering is if you manually adjust the rotation, position, XYZ values of just the shoulder piece, will that also move the rest of the arm via the rigging? No. Allow me to demonstrate. That would be a cool transitive property, but it doesn't work that way. Okay, thank you for not letting me... I have to control C? Okay, no problem. Allow me to demonstrate. It just shifts everything off kilter. So it would not drag along the, And it says, okay, great. Yeah, that's how I feel. Luckily, the values that we have to transfer are limited because of my parenting schemas. A handful of values contain all the information necessary in theory. In practice, oh, I don't know about that. Oh, yeah, it does not. It does not affect its children either, which is so good. Oh yeah, we're in the pain now. Okay, so the sign to watch out for here is this. Oh yeah, and don't forget this. It's just gonna be this for a little bit. Oh, good. I picked the wrong parent. Okay, well that's still good. I mean, it's a nuisance. But it's the kind of good nuisance that tells you everything's not lost. It's a huge pain in the ass. Like, don't get me wrong, it's a huge pain in the ass, but assuming the parenting relations maintain their transforms and the only reason it didn't was because I fucked up, we're not nearly so bad off as we thought we were. Which is a great thing. It's at least less effort that we're gonna have to put in eventually. Oh, I see. We can't even go off that. Oh no, we are royally fucked. It says, oh, by the way, the blender window did the blender window thing. Bottom of stream is stream background. Yeah. Okay. What time is it? It's 11th July, 15th July. Today at 5:10 maybe? Nope. Okay, cool. Guess we're gonna have to do the impossible thing. Like it or not. Okay. Well, if limit distance isn't going to help me with this... That is gonna have to be good enough. It says it really wants to flip the entire armor around. It really does, like a lot. More than is really attainable, understandable. I don't understand what it's getting out of this. So please, for the love of God, just... Nope. Damp track nothing. I need you to damp track nothing. Okay. This'll have to do. So sadly, Cryoge isn't here at the moment. Maybe they'd have a useful idea. I don't know. Done it? Within a few degrees of Now my eyes ain't exactly perfect, not at this late hour, but it looks like somehow. Well, hold on. Okay. No, just zero it out, please. And zero out the Z. No, not that one. For whatever reason, not that one. I hate to say it, but I think I've done it. I've gotten as close to it as I'm gonna get. It's not perfect. Good lord, is it not perfect, but, could have been worse. Alright. Anyways. That was a fun little diversion for 40 minutes. Let's save. Fly poses, rest pose real quick. Edit mode. Yeah, it says, well, I presume you can symmetrize to align the other arm with this one now, right? Yeah, kind of. I mean, it's more like it's just coincidentally there, and it's gonna work. It's just gonna work. Well, actually, now that you mention it. Well, see, that's the thing. Interesting, okay. Yeah, I might be right. Nope. That's not how that works. You would think it's how that works, and you would think wrong. For reasons I can't quite parse. The parenting, the coordinates, they don't work the way you'd expect. So it's time for it's time for best guess approximations. Our favorite. Oh, you know it. Oh, you know it, you love it. You just gotta live with it. Is it gonna be perfect? Oh no. No. Is it gonna be good enough? Probably, I don't know. You mind explaining this, computer? How is this even possible? I'd love to know how this is even possible. Okay. This is interesting. It's inarguably the case that things are not great. Somehow the hand has rotated out of position. How did it do that? How in the fresh? How did that happen? Oh, all kinds of different subtle ways. All kinds of different subtle ways. Huh? Well, I don't know how this got messed up again.
really playing with me, huh? Well, if this thing doesn't want to help, there's always the nuclear option, right? The nuclear option is we don't have an FKIK switch yet. We can always make one. We can always make one. I guess we would apply poses rest pose to start, right? Then, having applied poses rest pose, we can just say that the influence of this is 0, nil, none. Next, we just forward kinematic it ourselves, manually. Why not? We could do that. We can do that literally down the entire length of the arm. The whole thing. And if this should have saved it in a mid-moonwalk pose, you'd have way more fun. Yeah, maybe. Okay. Perfect. I think that that is as close to perfect as it's going to get. Applies rest pose. Person is selected. Oh yeah, you do cool little floating point error shit to my carefully laid... Right. Right, of course. Visit the influence to 0. Not going to be perfect, but it's going to be perfect within the range of floating point arithmetic that I can perceive. So... Okay. It fits inside each of the fingertips, all the hands are there. The sword might be wacky, we don't know. But it shouldn't be. Shrugging emoji. There's no back, only forward. So let's forward. Yes. We are listening to the Godhood Suite Parts 1 and 10. Parts 1 through 10. For the remainder of the stream, almost certainly. I love a 43-minute mini, don't you? I have no idea how long the Godhood Suite took to make, but I can only imagine it was years of Jimmy's life. This is Banger Alert. Yeah, it's one of the best. Alright. Well, things could have been better, but all told, things also could have been way, way, way worse. So, I'll try to be as grateful about that as I can be. Oh god, no.
Alright. Well, it looks like everything is properly parented now. If only we were so lucky, it wouldn't be a bad time, you know. Okay, yeah. How about it? How about it? The boy can move. Mind you, we still need to figure out what we're gonna do with these, but, you know, one thing at a time. One thing at a time. Alright. Now, we symmetrize again. Well, first of all, we apply poses, rest pose, as imperfect as it might be. Then we symmetrize. Oh, okay, no, we don't symmetrize. We don't symmetrize. Come hell or high water, we don't symmetrize. Absolutely not. That was a disaster. Do you have symmetrize here? No, we can't symmetrize from in here, so this is the best we're gonna do. It's not a perfect A pose, but I don't shit. Absolutely not. No shit's given. So yeah. This is, we do not talk about symmetrize, we don't even think about it. Correct. Alright, so it's 6 a.m. I've been at this for 7 hours, and I think this is where I'm gonna call it, because yeah, we got one rig done. Tomorrow, we're gonna have to excel ourselves and do more than one rig. I may do some off-screen rigging just to accelerate the process at this point, but yeah. Thank y'all for joining me. Tomorrow we'll carry on, and so on until we're done. But until then, everybody, stay safe, and I'll see you around. Bye-bye now.